Howdy. Howdy, 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 howdy. Are you ready for a month of old man kind of time? Or some such shit. Ooh, who's this lovely Welsh-looking lady? Definitely Welsh. Don't know what else she could be. Nashu? Is that you? Well, it's been a hot minute. Well, I'll be Tyamel in the flesh. A pleasure to see you again. Wait, is this what they call serendipity? It is, isn't it? That settles it. You've got to help me find the inspector. God, I was hoping you would just silently agree. So I've been trying to calculate the trajectory the inspector took when he was catapulted into the sky again. I triple-checked my figures and concluded he must have landed somewhere in Ishgard. Unfortunately, the investigation has been proceeding as smoothly as I had hoped. But now that you're here, we're sure to make some progress. Come, let's speak with the merchants and see if anyone's had any dealings with a gentlemanly Highlander. Alright, that's you.
A gentlemanly Highlander, you say? My apologies, but I cannot say I've had dealings with the man as you describe.
Well, it's unfortunate. Excuse me, lady. Good evening to you, sir. Ah. Oh, you're looking for someone? Oh, a gentlemanly Highlander. I know not of this man of whom you speak, but mayhap Mistress Alias does. She's well acquainted with rather a lot of merchants and noblemen. Cool. That name sounds familiar.
I've showed my fair share of goods of our two Highlander adventurers, but I'd not describe such classes as particularly gentlemanly, I'm afraid.
Well, that's what it's gotta be. If it ain't gentlemanly, it ain't what we want. Hello. As ever, a warm welcome to you, sir. How may I be of service? A gentlemanly Highlander, you say? Now that I think of it, I have heard tell of a foreigner who may be the man of whom you seek. Begging your pardons, miss, but did you say you know Inspector Hildibrand? An acquaintance of yours, I presume? I do not know his name, only that he is here by invitation of Lord Edmund. Also it is rumoured. Surely as a word of forceful attempts, it would be a trifling matter to go and ask after him at the manor. 'Tis true. Oh, I'm so happy. They did a little dance. God, I knew it was serendipity. The Vortem's manor. Alright. Always up for going back home? I'm going home. I'm going home. It's last vigil, right? It's been a while. Too long, some might say. Hello. Now everyone can see all the quests I have not done. Whoops-a-daisy.
Well, Master Amel, do you require assistance? It is as you say. At this time, Lord Edmund is entertaining a foreign guest.
Oh, sir, we found the inspector. We can but hope, Nashu.
We can but hope. If I am not mistaken, the meeting should be ending shortly. If you like, you may retire to the gazebo and wait for our guests to depart.
A gazebo? Aren't those dangerous? Then again, you seem a responsible sort. Not like to let a wild gazebo run amok. Very well. We humbly accept your offer. Don't think you know what a gazebo is, Nashu. And if it wakes up, I'll have you there to protect me. Maybe I don't know what a gazebo. Maybe I'm thinking. No, it's Nashu. She's the one that's wrong. Definitely Nashu. No. Although I did think she was the bad guy last time, and I was wrong about that. So. With what powerful magics they did they tame this dread fiend? Yeah. I don't know, Nashu. Who's that down there? Oh, sneaky. Good old Ishgard. I don't sit, I just smolder. That must be Inspector Hildibrand. Oh no, this seems too easy. I don't trust it. Oh, the music there. I cannot well imagine how arduous your journey must have been. Truth be told, I found the brisk open air to be rather invigorating. It stimulates body and mind both. A welcome benefit when one must discuss matters of commerce. This cannot be Hildibrand. I dare say we would not have accomplished so much otherwise. Is it the other inspector? There you are, Inspector. I've been looking all over for you. Oh, it's Popper.
I say, who do I see before me? Not one, but two of my beloved son's faithful companions.
Lord Godbert, but I thought...
Close enough. Hildy, in Ishgard? This is the first I've heard of it. I found you at last, heretic.
Who the bloody hell are you?
Yes, you, the hulking brute with a mad gleam in his eye. Your brazen Harrison is a plain for all to see. Surrender yourself to the Inquisition at once. I beg your pardon. This man is an Uldan merchant, here at the behest of Heavensward. Such baseless accusations will not be tolerated.
A guest of Heavensward? Then he couldn't possibly...
There were those two wards that... But they were all acquitted of all charges in trial by combat.
And if he demands the right to...
Then I would personally have to do... Oh dear.
What are you doing, buddy? Is he wearing shorts in this weather?
A thousand apologies, good sir. I spoke out of turn.
I am Sir, and as you may have guessed, I am an inquisitor who has been charged with investigating a report of a rather suspicious, possibly heretical individual.
Oh, a heretic, you say? One who bears a passing resemblance to me.
I, a man rather muscular, wearing dark garments and acquitting himself in a somewhat gentlemanly fashion, as some might say. This heretic sounds like the spitting image of Inspector Hildibrand. Could he be a fan? No, Nashu. Say again, you are acquainted with such a man? I see. And the man you are looking for is Lord Godbert's son. Humana.
It would seem that our investigations may be connected. So I put to you a proposal. The first reporting sightings of the heretic I am tracking came from Falcon's Nest. Mayhap we should journey there together. It is, after all, possible that we are seeking the self-same individual. If so, and if he is innocent, it would be best for us if you were present when I apprehend him, that we might resolve this matter without incident. Wouldn't want to try my combat. I see we all go with him, Ty. This looks to be our best lead yet. It's like our second lead. Then I shall accompany you all. It's been far too long since I laid eyes on my beloved son, and if there is a chance we might be reunited, I should be glad to seize it. Then it is settled. We should leave to Falcon's Nest at once. You come and pop a foot-hump. Don't put this in your book, okay? This bit doesn't need to be in there. Alright, oh shit. Well, that's not what I meant to do. Fuck. You know, sometimes you do things that are just dumb. Sometimes you just gotta be dumb. I don't know that you should ever be that dumb, but... Oh dear. Oh well, skipping cutscenes is pretty easy in this game, right? Fuck's sake. Oh, who could it be? We're starting... Ooh, look, nothing happened. Nothing went wrong. It's all Gucci. Alright, Nashu. Alright, Nashu. I feel ya. Yep, everything's good. Just pretend this didn't happen. What? We've not spoken before, I don't know what you're talking about. Lies and slander. I'll tell Imric about this. I will. Imric. Oh boy. Alright. So long, Aliasse. Let's vision. Alright. See, we already got up. It's all good. It's all Gucci babucci. Right. Shit, no, there's one more. But then we're all caught up, I think. Also, I see who this is hiding behind here. Hello, how are you? Random Lala. I'm waiting, Bobbitting. Alright, now we're caught up. Okay, see, I didn't abandon this time. The more you learn, right? It's all good. It's all good. In the proverbial hut. Maybe. On occasion. Okay. Hi buddy, how you doing? Hi. Dude, put some clothes on. Mr. Amel, are these your traveling companions? This time.
Don't tell Emmerich.
The mysterious muscular vagabond. Oh, yes. A patrol sighted him lurking near Dusk Vigil. Thinking he might be a lost traveller, they called out to him, but rather than approach, he fled. Quite frankly, I'm surprised you bothered to come all this way. That sighting barely warranted a mention in my report.
The unmistakable scent of heresy. Buddy? I'm terribly sorry. Old habit I picked up from my mentor. I know. I will not rush to judgment as before. Still, much as I hope you might find your missing inspector, I must confess some small desire that we instead unearth a lingering pocket of heresy. Of late there have been virtually no confirmed instance of heretical misdeeds. Oh, what a shame. It's gotten so bad that some are speculating our funding may be reduced, or worse, that the Inquisition's operations might come under review. This is why, hallowed as my witness, I will find and bring the heretic to justice, and prove that our order still has value in these uncertain times. Priorities, buddy.
Yes, I understand you have your reasons. Whether or not this is a vagabond was a heretic remains to be seen. Still, if you are set upon your course, you might begin your search near Death Vigil. An excellent suggestion, Sir Redwold. Should we succeed in our endeavour, rest assured you will share in the glory. Lighthouse. The hunt continues onward to the Dusk Vigil. I'm told that region is especially cold, so do not forget to dress appropriately for the weather.
I'm just saying. Alright, bye buddy. Don't tell anybody I was there with those guys, alright? They don't need to know. Don't nobody need to know.
Not today, Fate. Not today.
Wait, so way up at bloody other end? It's a bit rude. Hey, how you doing, buddy? Hey, Mitty. You doing alright? It was nice of you to come here and just fly me to find my inspector friend. Thought you might be busy, but I guess not. Priorities, am I right? Far away am I? They're halfway there. I'm halfway there. Something Mandeville. Alright, big ball man. Ba-da-bum. Oh, he's not having a good time, is he?
This land is a beauty all of its own, don't you think? A pity my dear wife isn't here to enjoy it.
Right, she was great.
I took the trust you are managing. Good. It would be a shame if we had to turn back now.
Not stopping you, buddy. Look, it's frozen. Wait, does that mean the fish are frozen too? What do you think, Nashi? You tell me. Oh, I can't see anything. Why is he getting more naked? Because the less clothes, the further we fucking get in.
Fury take me, it's freezing. But this is a waste of time. No living thing could survive in this godforsaken wasteland.
for this guy. Oh, over there, look! Someone's coming from the vigil. Inspector, is that you? We can but hope. That's a big dude. Could be. No. Although it is a zombie-looking fella. We might be on the right track.
As I live and breathe, of all the places to be reunited with Master Zombiebrand's compatriots, how valuable this morning. Ugh, a heretic raised from the dead by his brothers' unholy magics.
The heretics were all dragon people, not undead people. Ah, he's not a heretic. He's one of the gentle dead men. What brings you so far from old Dargoodsill?
Well, as you know, ours is a rather lonely existence. So when we heard rumors of an abandoned fortress held by zombies, we were delighted. I was chosen to serve as emissary and set out immediately. Alas, it seems my efforts were for naught.
What'd that mean?
Yeah, truly. Every last one dead. That is to say, irreversibly dead. If it was necessary, then so be it. Still, after coming all this way, it is more than a little disappointing. You understand?
Then, my calculations were wrong. The inspector didn't land in Gorfas. Oh, what have I done? I am such a big dummy.
No, don't fret so. It's our overlord you seek. Then you are in luck. As the founder of the Gentle Deadman, our fates and our Aoife are inextricably entwined. In fact, I can feel it calling to me now.
Truly, good sir. You can guide us to Inspector Hildibrand.
As surely as my rotting nose can lead me to my fresh brains. Follow me, my friends.
What luck? Are you frozen? Oh, you seem better.
One must remain vigilant for heresy, for it can manifest in myriad ways. 'Tis a vile, insidious sickness which must needs be burned out ere the infection takes hold.
Surely zombification would qualify, yes? No. No, you big jerk.
Confound it, they've left us behind.
I blame you. Yeah, your fault, son of a bitch. Don't look at me like that. Where'd all the shivering go, buddy?
Who do they think they are, commandeering this investigation and employing a zombie as a bloodhound? Beggars belief. We must regain control of the situation. With me, Die.
I ain't your investigation, buddy. You were the one that was all like,
let's join our investigations. I'm definitely not putting myself in charge. No.
Think nothing of it. We come in, Hildy. Old buddy, old pal.
Sickness, it won't fester and spread, yes? Is it truly safe to consort with this man?
Yeah.
Simply basking in the magnificent scenery fills me with inspiration.
That's good. Inspector! Inspector!
Hold a moment, my friends. I must concentrate, brains. Master Zombiebrand is indeed nearby, but there is also something else. Mayhap a powerful magic confounding my senses. I can guide you no further. We must needs split up and search the area for brains.
Now see here. These ways are infested with wild beasts, and you would have us split up. Ty can handle himself, true, and you've clearly no reason to fear death, but what of Mistress Nasu?
I take your meaning, my good zombie. Ty, pray see to the lady's protection. Inquisitor Seer, would you care to take the lead?
Come on, you two. The inspector is out there somewhere. Sounds good. How you doing, buddy? You doing alright? Chocoboing like a chocobo can. How very icy of you. How very creepy, wolfy, hyena-y of you.
Aye, those sculptured legs clad in gentlemanly trousers, I know them.
Is he in the ground somewhere? Oh. I suppose if we had to find them, this was going to be the way. Fuck's sake. The more things change. Look, Ty, that's got to be the inspector. Over there, see when I'm pointing? And he's surrounded by a giant fluffy man-shaped gazebos. So that's what you think a gazebo is, huh?
Nay, my lady, they are not mere gazebos, no, they're regal bearing. They are gentlemen gazebos. Fearsome yet fastidious foes, you would surely tear me rotting limb from rotting limb. So you go kick their ass. Only I can save Master Zombiebrand now.
I'm shocked. I'm so flattered. Thank you.
I beg of you, my friend, you must save Master Zombiebrand before it's too late. Or I'll have his brains.
Alright. I see it now. They're rather diligent, more dignified and gentlemanly than your average gazebo. They are actually called gazebos. Alright, Miss Silverwolf, you're in the way and I don't trust you. I'm sorry. House gotta go down, you know? Alright, you gazebos. No, I don't think so. I'm sorry I'm so OP, Mr. Gazebo. Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, who could it be? I wonder who's got their head stuck in the ground. Yeah? Inspector, can you hear me? We've been looking all over for you. Oh, but this just won't do. We've got to get you out of there before you catch a cold. Don't lose an arm, alright? Up and at them. Everyone is waiting for you. Well, this isn't going quite as well as it usually does.
Oh, forgive me if I pull any harder. My arms are like to tear.
Oh, there you are. We're shouting. Have you perchance found something?
Fury, take me, is that my heretic? Confound it, I wanted him alive.
He's not a fucking heretic. He's just a prick. Inspector Hildibrand is definitely not a heretic. And he's probably not dead either. He's just hibernating like last time.
Hildy ever was a late riser. Fear not, my wife and I had our ways of waking him.
Oh no. What are you gonna do? Yep. What?
Hildibrand stuff. Right this instant.
Yay! Hey buddy. It's been a while. Yeah. It's good, this is where we left you. It's like everything's, you know, full circle. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why are the cutscenes in this more impressive than the actual story? Not that I'm complaining. It's worth it. Oh, for fuck's sake. A momentary working?
Was it the Manifold Meteor strike? Or did the Manifold Meteor dive? Bah, maybe Julianne was right. Trying to name everything that only leads to needless confusion. One more time then. Out you go.
Who's the little fella? Splendidly suplexed, Lord Godbert.
I'm a man-to-manimal man.
Hey,
Where am I? The snowy wastelands of Corvus. And who are these people I see before me?
you don't got amnesia, you know?
Ah, but of course who else would venture into inhospitable climes and wake me from slumber? Sweet, but my delivered fans.
He's back.
Why do I feel as though I've stepped through a portal into an alternate reality and bound by the laws of logic?
Well, you're not wrong, buddy.
Welcome to the Hildibrand series, sir. Hope you enjoy your stay. What is this, a mammoth? Where did he come from? Oh, that. When my father drove me into the earth, I found it buried beneath the snow.
Interesting. Oh, that poor little guy's gonna be terrified. A little Lalafellin girl. How adorable. I take back what I said. That girl is gonna be terrified.
Now, you please. No, the firm, muscular legs, not unlike my own. Just clearly a Lalafellin boy, for fuck's sake.
Make your fucking minds up. Now that you mention it, I suppose his features are rather masculine.
You two cannot possibly be serious. I am the very soul of seriousness, good sir, especially in matters of deduction. This is undoubtedly a young boy who, much like myself, fell into a deep slumber upon being buried beneath the snow. Now then, let us gently wake him and ascertain his identity. Why do I get the impression this isn't going to be gentle? Oh, for fuck's sake. So gentle. There, that ought to do it. Giggity, giggity, giggity. What? What is this place? Who am I?
Oh, it's a little Hildibrand. So tiny little Hildibrand. Oh, tiny little Hildibrand.
But remember, I remember nothing.
'Tis not in all creation that can be repaired with a little tender loving care. If you say so, buddy.
As the zombie brand is alive and full of beans, he is a miracle.
Surely there's a pretty logical explanation for all this. Keep open, buddy. Keep open. Inspector Hildibrand's back, and he brought a friend. Sure did.
It would seem that although Father's ungentle ministrations served to restore this young boy to life, they also robbed him of his memory. How did I get here? Who am I? Why can I not remember?
Do not worry, young man. Everything will be alright. Take it from me. I have lost my memory more times than I can remember.
Then you can help me to remember?
Hearken to me now, for I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, do hereby swear to solve the mystery of the amnesiac horrible Dior. Oh, I'm so proud, I'm so happy, wonderful, wonderful. I'll get started on a batch of Nashu's delights. They're like Scooby snacks, but for Nashu.
Yeah, effective as your explosives were in the past,
I suspect that young Gigi lacks the hardy constitution required to survive such an approach.
Gigi, is that my name?
When you woke, you were muttering, a giggity giggity giggity. I suspect the phrase may hold some significance for you. So until such a time as we learn your real name, I say why not adopt it as a playful moniker? But that sounds... That's just a sound all mammals make. Oh, what kind of imbecile goes and names a mammoth Gigi anyway?
Gigi, I like this name. Thank you, kind sir. But how will this name help me to remember who I am?
Patience, Gigi. This is only the beginning. Next we will return to the city and see if we can find any who know who you are. Come along. You and your papa need some new clothes. Please. Please.
Now that I know our overlord is safe and sound, I must take my leave of you and return to my brothers. I dare say rigor mortis will set in if I remain any longer. Brains.
Bound for Fenelin, then allow me to accompany you. Julianne will give me no end of trouble if I keep her waiting much longer. Though perhaps she will forgive me once I tell her of Hilda's return. Oh, don't go away too long, Godfrey.
This is rather a lot to digest, though you have the look of one accustomed to such happenings. In any case, regardless of Mistress Nash's protestations, the Inspector will not be granted access to the capital until we can confirm that he is not a heretic. You have my word that he will be treated fairly.
Yes, fucking weirdos. They know what I'm doing, where I'm going. Is it Julianne? Was last time, right? She's gone. Intriguing. What? Alright. I'm coming home to Ishgard. Well, don't you know? People? How's life treating you?
Fury, take me that man. I suppose you have heard the news then? That Inspector Hildibrand was cured of all suspicion and judged to be no more than an eccentric curiosity. If you are looking for him, good luck. I wanted to thank him for his cooperation, but as soon as the Temporal Knights released him, he and his assistant ran off to God knows where with that mammoth in tow.
Why they always go run off without me? Feel so left out.
As for my investigation, in spite of all the twists and turns, I managed to salvage a satisfactory result. As far as the Inquisition is concerned, the suspicious vagabond was naught more than a zombie which wandered away from dusk vigil. Sickness which has since been purged.
You didn't kill him, did you?
So it would seem that all is right with the world once more. For now, I have no doubt that the Inspector will turn up again like a bad gill. And when it does, trouble is sure to follow. Don't call it a comeback.
Oh, so the end of chapter 1. That's a lot quicker.
Kiki.
See you, Inspector. Amazing, as always.
Boom, bada, boom, boom.
I pray this day finds you well, Ty. Or at least better than it finds me, huh? It seems I have no choice but to seek out that Inspector and convince him to surrender up his mammoth to me. 'Twas unearthed, under most suspicious circumstances after all, and who can say what secrets or heresy it might hold? Therefore, the Inquisition would conduct a thorough inspection, and if needs must, destroy it. Given his affinity for the contraption, I fear the Inspector may not be amenable to my request. Nevertheless, he must be made to see that it is in the interest of public safety. Would you be willing to help me persuade him? Fury be praised. At least you have seen reason. Let us pray he will as well. I am given to understand that while the Inspector and his assistant have been wandering all over the city with the mammoth in tow, they often frequent the gazebo near Fort Manor. With any luck, they will be there now. Alright. Am I close by? No. To the last vigil we got. Ba-da-bum. Oh, you are? You've moved, little buddy. Interesting. To the very pinnacle of the heavens. Isn't she adorable? As a girl, no? Make your minds up, poor Gigi. Verily we shall scour all creation, from the deepest pit of 7 hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, for the answers we seek. Every day shall be filled with grand adventures, the stuff of fairy tales and legends. Huzzah! A grand adventure in the deepest pit of the 7 hells. Just so. Such is the creed of Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. I'm doing my pose. I too will do pose. Yeah. Well posed, Gigi. Well posed. I dare say you have the potential to be an exemplary inspector someday. Right, that's enough of that. By virtue of the authority vested in me by the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory and Doctrine, I hereby command you to surrender that mammoth of suspected heretical origin into my custody. Why, hello there, Ty, and Inquisitor Sir, even the ever the jester, accusing poor Gigi of being a clockwork heretic when 'tis plain to see that he is merely a precious young lad. Oh, there you go again, confusing the poor girl, as if those big, beautiful, boxy eyes had the soul of femininity. I think it's Gigi's choice to make, people. Nash, you please. Were you not witness to the magnificent displays of Mandevillian masculinity mere moments ago? That's 'cause you haven't taught me her any better. She needs a proper role model to show her what's what. Alright, team. Master Amel? Inspector Sir? What is all this commotion? We can hear you from the courtyard. Buddy. Oh, Lord Edmund. My sincerest apologies for the disturbance. I am come to seize this mammoth on behalf of the Inquisition. A fact which I clearly explained to the inspector before you arrived. At which point they set to bickering about the contraption's gender. Giggity. What say you, my lord? Do you think Gigi is a boy or a girl? Buddy? 'Tis clearly a strapping young lad, no? Fury, take me, not you too. Has the whole world gone mad? Fine. But even supposing this Gigi is a real boy, you cannot deny the circumstances of his discovery and miraculous resuscitation were most unusual. He cannot be suffered to roam the city with impunity until the Inquisition has determined he is not a threat. I beg your pardon. Miraculous resuscitation. I see. Then until such time as Gigi recovers his memory, mayhap it would be best if you adopted him as a ward of House Mandeville. I will even stand as witness here and now, if you wish. Adopt?
Then that would make me Giggy's father? Doubtless the Inquisition would think better of taking any action which might threaten the cordial relationship between our houses. Yes, of course. I'll do it. Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, do hereby grant this child the patronage of House Mandeville. Father, Papa Hildy, giggity.
Oh, the inspector's finally become a father. It's so beautiful.
Quite, Now that you need no longer fear the Inquisition, you are free to show Giggy more of our fair city. Indeed, I strongly encourage you to do so. Mayhap by the grace of the Fury, something will jog his memory. Thank you, Lord Edmund. I shall not forget this kindness. Come, my faithful assistant, my beloved son, we must away.
Is Nashu gonna get jelly?
Hello, I would not presume to question your grand design, but God, confound it all. Well, mayhap I cannot detain the mammoth, but I'm still within my rights to observe the blasted thing.
Don't kill me. I love you, Papa.
Lord Godbert will be pleased to hear that his son is hale, and healthy as ever. Not that I would ever presume to meddle on another father's behalf, and certainly not without consent.
It's 'cause you're the best. I love you. Okay, you adopt me. You wanna adopt me? I'm right here. I changed my name and everything. Ty for Tom. There's a ring to it, right, Papa? Papa? Papa, can you hear me? Ah, shit. Papa, why'd you say all confusing and maze-like?
Ugh. How long must I stand around waiting for that mammoth to do something possibly heretical?
You're an asshole.
Judging by the size of their estate, they've the wealth to rival House Mandeville.
Goa, look at all them halberds. I've never seen such a well-armed building before.
Giggity. Come now, Giggy. Surely gazing upon this wondrous work of Ishgardian architecture stirs something within your soul. This grand manor of House Duren. House Duren. Male temp sate. Hey. Hey. Pray, do not fill the boy with the do not fill the boy, the mammoth's head with such nonsense. That is supreme sacred tribunal halonic inquisitory doctrine. I should know. I work there. Furthermore, I'm quite certain there's no house de la metal facade, and that is rather a ludicrous portmanteau of the high houses, including that esteemed house with which but recently stood your witness to your adoption. Leave the fucking big words to fucking the other guy. For fuck's sake. I can't read these things. It's too much for my small brain.
Oh, where's Urianji when you need him? Well, Geeky, do you remember anything? No, nothing. Giggity. I say, rather parading him before the grandiose. Why not give him a taste of something more prosaic? Let us make our way to the holy stables that he might bask in a singular sights, sounds, and smells of Ishgard's famous chocobos. Oh, for fuck's sake. What have I gotten myself into? Chocobos aren't that fucking famous. Are they? Oh, mayhap they are. I never quite thought of it. Blah blah blah. Oh, okay. Sky Steel Manufactory is where we wanna go. I like your little tiger. It's very tiger-like. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Okay. Oh, I don't have this. How foolish of me. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick pee break. Very quick.
Ooh, righty-ho.
So if I wanted that hair color, I'd have to eat plums, val fruits, and pineapples. But how many?
I'm sure it works on people. And you are a cat, so maybe.
Patience, patience. A watched heretic never sins.
Watched. Such noble creatures, chocobos. How many Helicon days did I pass in the saddle racing across wind-swept plains?
I forgot to shut my door right there.
Splendid specimens of horse bird flesh, would you not agree? In the hands of a skilled jockey, nearly one of them could take first place at the saucer. These chocobos are the pride of Ishgardian chivalry, and any temple knight who dared exploit them for personal gain would answer to the Fury himself, herself, whatever.
How about now, Giggy? Do you remember anything about Ishgard? Be sure to sniff the chocobos. It might help.
It didn't. Giggity.
You know, just because you found him in a coffin, a snowbank, that doesn't mean he fails from Ishgard.
Which is why we ought to try taking him to the markets and exposing him to all manner of goods from across Eosia. Excellent suggestion, Inquisitor.
That's not what I meant. The fuck? Wait, am I now complicit in this farce? Oh, Fury, forgive me.
It's alright. Yep, you're fucked. Once you're in, there's no getting out. Giggity. Giggity, giggity. Gig.
But I want one. I want one. Buy me a chocobo. Please, Father. I got my blue hair and everything. Father, that strange looking thing is staring at us.
Giggity, giggy, giggy, giggity. Giggity. Am I that strange looking?
No, you're an adorable little bugger. Don't let nobody tell you no different. Jeweled cozy, maybe.
Yeah.
That's where I gotta go.
Oh, real busy around here. Crikey.
Crikey O'Reilly. Hey, Giggy.
Receive your orders, detain your heretic, meet your quota. Fury, take me. It used to be so simple. Frightening on occasion, I grant you. What with my mentor's little episodes, but simple nonetheless.
What if I picked one with my eyes closed and gave it a name's day gift to myself? Oh, I wonder what I'd get me.
These goods would fetch a high price in older. Giggity.
Oh, buddy.
Why bother? It's no use.
Now, Giggy.
You must not give in to despair so easily. Did I not promise your days would be filled with grand adventures and the eventual discovery of your mislaid memories? Spirits, Giggy, spirits.
Oh, yeah, blooming. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Are we still going? Fair enough.
My word! A vase flung to the ground with reckless abandon. Could this be the opening salvo of an indiscriminate campaign of vandalism?
Fucking idiot.
One waged by your wild gesticulations, perhaps. At least look before you strike a pose. The gods only know how much that vase cost.
Actually, I know. 123,504,000 gil. At last assessment, 'twas over 700 years old, and graced the homes of a dozen archbishops, 8 counts, 2 lord commanders, and 1 fucking duke.
100 million gil. Whoa.
It's not like you have to pay it, buddy.
Oh, Haloni, why have you forsaken me?
You didn't break it, it's all good. Hey, buddy. Giggity. Well, would you look at that?
Oh no.
He break to his heart's content there. Give Giggy a hug, not you, you jack.
It's a miracle. Nay, the divine intervention of the Fury herself.
Did I do that? Giggity.
Giggy, my boy, that was marvelous. You're a born artisan, just like father.
Papa, Hildy's Papa. Your grandparent got Bert, the man who woke you with a few gentle taps to the noggin. You wouldn't believe what else he can do with that hammer of his. Why, some folks say he wields the power of life and death. Once he and the missus comes back from their tour of the Western Islands, I'm sure they'd love to see that trick of yours.
Do not demean this mammoth's power as a mere parlor trick. We just witnessed a miracle, and I demand that you all acknowledge it.
This mammoth?
Sir, I says, sir, 100 million gil for the mammoth. Nay, 100 million gil on the Duke's priceless vase. My word, is this what passes for trade in Ishgard? Giggy is my flesh and blood.
Yeah? Sure, that's how that works.
I will not sell him at any price.
Please, Papa Hildy,
No more. I know you mean well, but we can deny the truth no longer. I am a mammoth.
Kiki, whatever has gotten into you? You are my son. You are a mandeville man. Listen to your papa, Kiki. You're a mandeville girl through and through.
Stop. Stop it. Both of you. You're not my papa or my mama.
Oh, Kiki, no. Come back, Giggity. Come back to us. They didn't mean it. Well, they didn't really... whatever. Just come back. The unmistakable scent of... well, perhaps not heresy exactly. Regardless, the mammoth's power cannot be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Or children do say the most hurtful things. Well, it is only to be expected. Gigi is at a rebellious age. Strange as it may sound, I too tested my patient's parents, and that on more than one occasion. But if they could weather the storm, then so can I. I say we found out what's got him thinking he's a mammoth. What do you think? But he is a mammoth. How can you not? Oh, never mind. Just so we're clear, you do agree that it's a mammoth, right? You don't honestly believe that, you know. I don't know what a mammoth is. This is the only Final Fantasy I played. I have no idea what a mammoth is. I'll be real honest with you. See ya. But I am likely to believe what you say more so than what they say. On things like this, at least. I'm sure he didn't mean what he said about his Papa Hildy, which means, he thinks I'm his mama. Well, yeah. The course of fatherhood never did run smooth, but I, Hildibrand, guardian of Gigi, doting parent extraordinaire, shall find a way to overcome this trial, and be reconciled with my beloved son. That's the spirit. Solving a simple case of childhood rebellion should be easy for the man who's unmasked thieves, defeated jewelers, and led armies of the undead. Yeah. Yes, that's all very well. Wait, what was this with the undead? Actually, don't tell me. For now, all that matters is finding the mammoth. I need to stop bouncing this shit. We shall begin by speaking with the sentries stationed at the city gates and the airship landing. If Fury help us, he has left Ishgard. We need to know about it sooner rather than later. I feel like you people don't care about Gigi like I do. It's always been very special to me. The most special. I will visit the Ark of the Worthy, while the inspector and his assistant head to the airship landing. You can question the guardian at the gate. Manufacturally. After which we will regroup there and share our findings. Dismissed. Alright. That guy's a jerk. But he's fun. He's fun to do. What are you now? Scar Steel Manufactory? Why, you got me to and fro in like a bloody... like a thing that to and fro's on occasion. Every now and then. When they feel like it, you know. Oh, can I have some soap? Or some soup? Can't I have another? You're not gonna give me no soup? Bit rude. Where did I need to go? I distracted myself. Hildibrand's having a very unfortunate effect on me. Down here. Are you down here or are you up there? I think you're up there, aren't you? I made a right racky mistake. Jump. Jump in. Hi. Little fella with a wide-brimmed hat. Aye. He came through here. Bought passage on a supply ship bound for Falcon's Nest. Where'd he get the money? One of them, what's his name? Lalafels, right? Funny little buggers. Seemed keen to be anywhere but here. He's not a Lalafell, apparently. Well, if Gigi left the city, it was not by the main gates. And the sentries at the airship landing have seen no one matching his description. I found him, like I always bloody do. Falcon's Nest? Fury take me. I must return to that freezing pit of despair. Wheresoever Gigi goes, I will follow him, find him, embrace him as my son once more. However, I surmise our final destination lies far beyond the walls of said outpost. Indeed, there is but one reason he would return to those frozen wastes. To frolic in the snow and cast his worries to the wind. Buddy. Buddy. Oh, that's it, Inspector. You got it. Really? He seemed in no mood to frolic when I last saw him. As I recall, he used his arcane powers to mend a vase, only to become morose, a belligerent, when it became clear to him that he was, in fact, a mummet. Oh, mummy, I don't know how you pronounce the fucking word. What are you looking at me for? Why would I know? I'm a fucking inquisitor, I'm not a word man. I don't make words. One might even say he remembered what he was, remembered his purpose. And so he returned to Western Corvus, that famous breeding ground for heresy, where we first found him. Home to his heretic masters, to share with them the intelligence he had gathered on the city. At long last, the undeniable, the unquestionable, the unmistakable scent of heresy. You and Hildibrand belong together. Crikey. You're both dummies. What are we standing around for? We have a heretic to catch. I thought he was a miracle. Make your mind up. Inspector, I'm starting to think that Inquisitor Seer might not think very highly of our little girl. Yes, it is possible, but I would not presume to know his feelings ere he voiced them explicitly. Until such a time as he does, we should endeavor to surreptitiously blah blah blah, bring him round to the opinion that Gigi is a boy of pure heart and good intent. Subtlety in all things, Nashu. That is the Mandeville way. Is that so, huh? Subtlety. Right. Of course, Inspector, you're so subtle. I didn't even know you were here until I saw you on the ground. So subtle. With your legs hanging out of the snow. So subtle. So fucking subtle. Never before have I seen anyone so fucking subtle, especially your papa. Running around in his undies. Most subtle thing ever. Only underpants, you know. Not clothes, can't get more subtle than that. Some might even say humble. I wouldn't, but some might. It's still Christmas, right? It's still winter. It's still good. It's still snowy outside. And here. Can you not kill me? I would know those tiny fun Brits everywhere. Giggy came this way. It could be Tataru. Or Quail. Oh, even our footprints are adorable. They almost look like they were made by one of the clockwork minions. Nashi. Sweet, sweet Nashi. Aha! I knew it. The mammoth immediately left the outpost and looks to have headed north along the river. By the fury, I cannot wait to finally catch him in the company of heretics. I'm so giddy. I don't much like your tone, Inquisitor. If our baby girl ran afoul of any heretics, she'd look them square in the eye and tell them she doesn't want any. Hey, Inspector, I think I just had one of those moments, you know, of insight. Maybe Gigi came out here to find Lord Godbert. I did tell her grandpapa might like to see that tricks of hers. Brilliant deduction, Nashu. He must be eager to meet his grandparents. The self-same ones he renounced when he declared you were not his father. What a fine young gentleman, eager to explore his heritage. Let us make haste. My friends, for a reunion of 3 generations of Mandeville's beckons. Oh boy, I really can't be bothered. Yeah, you're gonna go anyway, huh? Hey look, I was on the Yuka Logic train, buddy. Till you start spouting fucking nonsense. Now you ain't got shit. Alright. The tracks continue north. You made me get off my mount for nothing. How dare you? Or can't I think of anything more rude than that? Oh, buddy. Oh, right in that kisser. Oh, it's Godbert and I assume Mama? I guess she wasn't shit. Was Nashu right? The mammoth lies motionless in the snow. Fragments of ice stuck to its cap, suggesting the impact of something small and brown traveling at high speed. I can't fathom what. Careful, my dear. That one was a bit close. I forgot how she sounded. My head, ooh, oh, it's you. You followed me. Oh, Giggy, if you wanted to have a snowball fight with your grandparents, you should have said so earlier. Papa Hildy was very worried. Now he is glad to see that you are unharmed. It would seem he was struck by a snowball, much like this Steinbox. This dead Steinbox. Are you sure he isn't damaged? Jesus. As if a mere blow to the head could fell our giggity. We Mandibles are made of sterner stuff. I myself have driven headfirst into the earth no fewer than 24 occasions, several times from miles above, and my mind is no less brilliant for the experience. I don't believe you. Oh, I'm having an aneurysm. I expect. Fuck's sake, Godfrey. I'm a mandamental man. Sneaking up on you like a mandamental man.
I expect the Earth was no less brilliant for the experience either. Why are you... Are you nodding? It's behind me, isn't it? What good fortune to cross paths with you lot so far from civilization. Forgive me for not taking notice earlier. I was engrossed in my duel with Julianne. But how rude of me. Would you care to join us?
Oh, I'm excited. Can I use my explosives?
Grandpa Godbert.
Oh, he's so cute. Can I have one of these as a minion? He's so cute.
Mama Nashu says you wield the powers of life and death. I beg of you, Grandpa Godbert, grant me life. Make me a real boy. Oh, giggity.
Sweet, sweet Giggy. He has dreams of being a Pinocchio. Alright.
Please. Giggity. Are you sure about this, son? It may sting a little. I will endure whatever I must to become a real boy. Giggity.
What is happening? Oh dear. Such muscle.
Then let us begin.
Oh no. Oh, Giggy. Buddy, no. This is not the way.
This body, it's everything I ever wanted. It's perfect. Thank you, Grandpa Godbert. Thank you. Oh, but I haven't even begun to begin. By God, got my hammer. By the power of Odin.
Alright. You good there, buddy?
Oh my god. Oh no. No.
The fuck? Oh no.
Baba Hildy. I'm a mandeville man.
Yeah, my son, come to your father. Let me have a look at you. What have they done to my boy? Fuck's sake.
Baba Hildy.
So beautiful. Giggity. It's so beautiful. Oh. My boys are all growing up. Oh, he's gonna crush him, isn't he? Oh dear. Oh, yeah. That seems appropriate, right? True mandeville greeting. Oh, he's so happy. Yep. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, now that brings back some memories. Papa Hildy? Oh, dear. Who could have done such a thing? Oh, you're all glowy. You're from Twilight. Oh, he's cute again. Yay. By the Fury, it's just like the vase all over again. Miraculously restored to its original form. Ah, shit. Giggity. Well done, buddy. Giggy, my boy. Upon further consideration, I believe that this body may suit you best. How shall I put this? It's more manageable. And much more adorable. I'm with Nashi. But how can I ever be accepted as your son if I remain a mammoth? Is that what's been troubling you all this time? But why didn't you say so? A Mandeville is more than mere flesh and bone. He is vigor, compassion, honor, a gentleman for all seasons. Be you man or machine, it makes no difference. If they call you a mammoth, you look them in the eye and say, "Nay, I am a Mandeville mammoth." Glowative. Yeah, buddy, go! Go! Go, Giggy, go, Giggy, go! Giggity. Proud of you. So proud of you. Thank you, Grandpa. Mother, Father, forgive me for not consulting with you earlier, but circumstances have forced my hand. I have formally adopted Giggy as my son, and ward of House Mandeville. Ye gods! I knew he was fond of the mammoth, but did you hear that, woman? Our son's gone and got himself a son. Grandpa Godbert, Grandpa Godbert. Yeah, it all makes sense now. Grandpa Godbert, Grandma Julian. I've been waiting years to hear those words. Grandpa Godbert, Grandma Julian. A few things in life are grander than becoming a grandparent, as they say. No. What's wrong, Julianne? Whoa. What? What? Oh. Oh no. And what's so bloody grand about it? Oh. I guess she doesn't want to be a grandma. Yay! I'm so happy. What a good old family get-together. There. I'll not be made into a grandmother to a bloody buggering mammoth. It's past time I beat some sense into my beloved boy. No, Julianne. No, don't do it. Fury, take me. I'd heard tales of dark nights before, but no. It couldn't be. No, I think it was something far worse. Heretical. Like as not. But rules be damned. I'm not risking my life to find out. Alright, buddy. There. They're mad. They're utterly mad. The whole damn lot of them. How their house could rise to such prominence, I will never understand. Well, at least the mammoth seems to have overcome its existential crisis. Before today I didn't know a mammoth could even have an existential crisis. Wait, what am I saying? It's a mammoth. Why should I care what it claims to think or feel? Oh god, they're impacting me. What is happening to me? My heart. Oh, it's grown twice the size. Fiore, take me. Their idiocy. It is infectious. I mustn't allow myself to fall prey to it. Follow procedure. Follow procedure. Report to your superior. One step at a time. One step at a time. I'm not a fucking mammoth. I will not become a mammoth. I will not care for mammoths. Hello? Who are you guys? How suspicious. How suspicious. Oh, I'm not a mammoth. I'm not a fucking mammoth. Oh, I swear. I swear when all that's good. Right, then. My superiors have been informed of the mammoth's adoption by House Mandeville, as witnessed by House Fort Home. Proceed to take me to task for my gross mishandling of the situation. They remain convinced that the mammoth is the product of heretical machinations and have commanded me to redouble my efforts to prove this incontrovertible fact. That may prove problematic, however, as Gigi seems to have forsaken his quest to recover his memories and thrown himself wholly into his new life as a Mandeville mammoth, casting about for any hint of a case alongside his doting father. In any event, though I do not share my superior's conviction, I think it is safe to say there is something exceedingly unusual about that mammoth. You saw with your own eyes how effortlessly it restored that vase and itself to its original form. Reconstructed magics are not particularly rare, but it is unlike any I have ever seen before. What? Oh, crikey. We are getting through these quicker than I thought. Alright. See you, Inspector. Get a little end bit this time with them. I enjoyed the little end bits. Well, I thought I'd only get one chapter done, but may as well keep going. That you stand here before me is proof that alone he smiles upon me this day. I have need for your assistance, Ty, and before you think to run away screaming in terror, I pray hear me out. It concerns the esteemed and now missing and presumed dead Knights of the Heavensward. None have returned to the capital since all the unpleasantness began.
Yet recently we have heard rumors of these honored sirs walking the streets. 'Tis heresy most foul, I say, and I mean to get to the bottom of it. But we will need all the help we can get, which means... Fury take me. We could benefit from a certain individual's serendipity. Besides, if we don't seek him out, he's like to show up at the worst possible time anyway. At least this way it'll be on our terms. And we can keep an eye on that boy. Mammoth! Fucking hell. Yes, right. Oh, you must be wondering why I asked you to come. Well, you and the inspector seem to enjoy a natural rapport. So... Praise Helone. For a moment I was afraid you'd make me beg. This may well be my last chance to prove my worth to my superiors, and I can't, to Fortham Manor. Fort home, Kyle. Fort home. Not Fort him, but Fort home. It's a big lion. People, this lovely little family. Little Gigi's been a very naughty girl. Oh. But why, Papa Hildy? What have you done, Gigi? Because, Gigi, such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman. But why, Papa Hildy? Why is it unbecoming of a gentleman? Giggity. Hi. Inquisitor, sir. Die. Good morrow to you both. Are you coming as adoring friends? Or on business? Business. Always business, rest assured. Then I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, am at your service. Is it robbery? Murder? Tax evasion? Evasion? Wait, before we get into that, what's going on here? Much as it pains me to admit it, my beloved Gigi, the apple of my eye, the fruit of my loins, attempted to deface this lovely gazebo. Naturally, as his father, it falls to me to see him return to the straight and narrow. That's not true. I was drawing a family crest for our home. Giggity. Now, Gigi, I know you are fond of this gazebo, as are we all. But it belongs to Lord Edmond. You wouldn't want to steal from Uncle Edmond, would you? I guess not. Then where is our gazebo, Papa Hildy? And does it have a warm stove with a steaming kettle too? Giggity. Oh, Gigi, don't you see? We have no need for kettles or gazebos. As gentlemen inspectors, the world is our oyster. We can go whither we please, where the red fern grows, or the wild rose blooms. And yet you've been sleeping in Lord Edmund's gazebo for how long? I don't care about wild roses. I want to live in a gazebo with Papa Hildy and Mama Nashu. Giggity. Gazebos are quite expensive, and dangerous if not domesticated. Dangerous indeed, my boy. And besides, we are gentlemen inspectors, free to travel the length and breadth of Eorzea in search of a case. Does that not sound more thrilling and whittling away the hours beneath a gazebo? I guess. If it's a case you want, you need not go so far. We are currently investigating reports of individuals masquerading as knights of the Heavensward. These contemptible charlatans are rumored to have tricked several hapless maidens into attending private parties for a small fee, with the promise of enjoying the company of these great sirs. Those who were foolish enough to attend found their experiences to be so traumatizing that they have refused to discuss them in detail. Needless to say, your assistance in this matter would be greatly appreciated, and for it you shall receive due compensation. Say no more, Inquisitor. Say no more. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, am well versed in the ways of the fairer sex. Since when? Oh, okay. Mummy, Mother dearest, I was under the impression you had departed for Uldar. And leave my beloved boy to keep on playing at being inspector, as well as a father to a bloody mammoth. Bugger that. You're coming home right this instant. How can you say such things? It's my life's calling to be an inspector, and Giggy is my son. He is a wonderful man. Grand. As it is to see you, you have come at a most inopportune time. The young women of Ishgard are in need of a champion to defend them from fiends most foul. Come, Nashu. Come, Gigi. We shall demonstrate to my mother our peerless investigative skills and bring these criminals to justice. Onward. Foul's balls, he's stubborn. Probably gets it from his sorry-ass father. I trust you lot will help me keep him out of trouble. Right then, come along. Sure thing. Well, that could have gone better. And worse. Let's not keep them waiting. Oh, crikey. Oh, it's a lot of marks. Little marks on my map. Please do not think me so foolish to fall for the charade. From what I heard from the others, said knights bore not even the slightest resemblance to the Heavensward. As if I had not already memorized every detail of my dear Sir Adolfeld's face. Oh, wherever could he be? He dead. He full on dead. I am trillion outside her grace. My allowance, all gone on to waste on those, I dare not say. Mayhap those awful rumors are true. Mayhap. I must needs accept that he now walks in Helonia's halls. Alright. Alright, okay. It's not sure. If the knights aren't supposed to know you, then why are they so popular with the highborn ladies? Oh. Good question. Who needs a gazebo? I do. Who needs the quickie mart? I do. Oh, Gigi. There must be at least one of her maiden who can tell us something of value. I can say one thing with absolute confidence. They're all quite mad. I demand satisfaction, swift and terrible vengeance. How dare they prey upon a lady's emotions to line their pockets with guilt? If Sir Charibert was here, he'd purge the lot of them like the festering sickness they are. Alright. Oh, yes. A pity he too remains missing. So very much a pity. Papa Hildy, that grandma over there is staring at us. Now, Gigi, a gentleman must be more careful with his words. First of all, you have only one grandmother. Second, this is a tremendously important... Never ever call her that. At least, not yet. Promise? Yes, Father. I promise not to call Grandma Julianne. Grandma Julianne. Greetings, my lady. Oh, ain't you a charmer? And here I was thinking I might have to rip your bloody head off if you said that J word one more time. Like that, Papa Hildy. Ah, my faithful assistants. Have you gleaned any new information? Nuh-uh. Other than the fact that these women are scorned, seem to detest the fake knights with every fiber of their being. These two women were telling me about what they do at their garnet set. Is this the best you can do then? Bloody oaths and girlish fantasies, and you call yourself a Mandeville man? I assure you, Mother, we are only just getting started. The tapestry of lies and deception behind which the truth hides is oft unraveled with the tug of a single loose thread. I say, young lady, I would beg but a moment of your time. Oh, Jesus. Somehow I doubt that a young lady was targeted by the charlatans we seek. And before she was. Aye, 'tis true. I too was taken in by false promises as those awful men. Long have I yearned for a chance to meet Sir Velosion. So when they said I finally could, I didn't hesitate for even a moment. But when they escorted me to the manor and undid me blindfold, and I looked on the hideous faces of their so-called grand stairs, I screamed and I fled. They were gone when I returned with a watch, but their neighbours said they'd overheard them speaking about seeking shelter in a place called Hildyshire. I know it's not much, but I pray this information helps you in your search. My lady, I swear to you, here and now, I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, shall not rest until these dastardly fiends are punished for their foul crimes. Allah. Huzzah! 3 cheers for Papa Hildy. Hip hip hooray. Hip hip hooray. Giggity. Hip hip hooray. And there you have it. Our quarry can be found in Hildyshire. Come, my loyal assistants. Justice waits for no gentleman. That's all well and good, but I've never heard of this eldest child. Have you? Yeah. You mean we're to travel to the Dravanian hinterlands right now? Just like that? I do it all the time. It's fine. I just go wee and I teleport and pay some money. It's good times. See? I'll show you. Wee. Wee. Da da dun. What? Oh. That wasn't what I meant to do. Who are you? Hello. How you doing? How you doing, Raha? Slave treating you. Hope you're doing good. I miss you. Oh, can I keep one? I promise I'll walk him and feed him and put fresh herbs in his mask every day. One of the little goblin people. This place feels somehow familiar, but I can't possibly come here before, right? So, that was a harrowing journey, during which I felt I was certain I would die horribly, or at least be forced to part ways with my precious bits. Bloody waste of time. Truly, this is a magnificent settlement. It is a testament to the hard work and camaraderie of her Uplander and Gobi citizens. Yes, well, I'm just glad we'll no longer be pursued by fire-breathing dragons, musket-wielding crabs, and bomb-throwing goblins. You know, the other ones. But they were no match for Lady Julianne, and that pan of hers, am I right? I want to see her make the pad gobbies fly again, giggity. God's sakes, Hildy. Except entirely, this ought to be dead in a ditch somewhere if it weren't for me. Nonsense. I would never let any harm come to my loyal assistant or my beloved son. If I may interject. Now then, let us split up and question the good people of Hildibrand. My keen inspector sense tells me that one of them has the knowledge of the false knights we seek. There. Alright. I forgot how these guys talk. Oh, they're Mars. It's not like I would be doing an accurate portrayal. Wait, speak, I say they speak, goddammit. Buddy?
Psst, shock! Yes. Ludrock's knows of grand says. Sneaky uplanders keep to themselves. Mingle not with gobble flock. But each to own. Ludrock says. No questions. Only jingly shine.
Alright. What? Don't need to get so angry. Oh, look who it is.
Gilgamesh.
Oh, you must be talking about Grand Sears. They drifted into Hildibrand some time ago, as I recall. I paid my visits to the Great Library, though I can tell you why. Hi! Yo. I'ma find out to get you, little buddy.
I'd probably still use Raha, but it'll be nice to know you're available. Could it be? Oh, I knew all those grandsires. They keep on themselves in that building of theirs. So for the round spot, you best watch out though. They're a dangerous bunch. Liable to kill you for looking at them cockeyed. It's entirely possible that I've gone completely and utterly mad, but I perchance the long-lost twin sister of an Ishgardian noblewoman. What? Look behind you. A three-headed gobble. Why do I feel like I've not seen the last of that old woman? Weird. Hooray for everything. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. If only we had the testimony of a concerned citizen which could conveniently direct us to the villain's precise location. I have the exact location. Grand Caesar holed up in a building to the south of the markets. Good show, Ty. There, that's the one. Come, let's inform the others. Giggity, giggity. 'Twould seem there is no one home. There is naught we can do but wait, then. What?
Papa Hildy, Papa Hildy, I just want to say that I really like this place. I think that you and me and Mama Nashu could have lots of exciting adventures if we stay here. Giggity.
You may be right, Giggy. This community seems to have fostered an enlightenment-free society, welcoming of honest souls willing to work and contribute to the greater whole. Did anyone happen to see a gazebo on the way in? As I live and shock, Hildibrand Hydor Maximilian Mandeville. Could that be? I say, could that be Slowfox coin toss? Do you know this Garby Inspector? I most certainly do. Why, Master Slowfox was my very first employer. Pushk, when travelling through Fanaland long ago, Gobby Flock was waylaid by Uplander bandits, with no jingly shine to pay brass blades, and we had no way back to take goods. Until we make busy deal and gentleman Uplander, that is. With fastness he finds Uplander bandits and brings much bangy boom, and returns to goody Gobbies, missing goods and great justice. That's how they talked, right? That was these guys. Henceforth, Slowfix gains a new appreciation for Uplanders. But for chance encounter with gentleman Uplander, he never conceives of a Galilean utopia. Pshock, one may ever claim Hildy a founding father of Ildishire. With metaphorical tongue flaps, that is. Oh, the memories. That was a new thing. For the bandits were clever enough to see through my ingenious disguise as an innocent milkmaid. But in my haste to escape, I tripped over a barrel of fire sand and, as they say, boom gog be doom. Oh, Inspector, that's my favourite part. God, no busy deals for the wicked.
No busy deals indeed. But leaving that delightful anecdote aside, ye gods, Master Slowfix, just looking at what you and your flock have made of these ruins is making me big eyes.
Oh, Flock. Gobbyflock has come a long way since wandering days, but we have not forgotten Gentleman Uplander's kindness. Slowfix is here to offer hand-lending.
Well, far be it from me to refuse. My son Giggy has grown quite fond of your magnificent city, so I should like to stay here with him and my assistant for a time. We would not require much in the way of accommodations. A humble gazebo, for example, would more than suffice.
Why settle for gazebo when perfectly good estate right behind you? Residents are building in arrears, and Slowfix happy to evict them.
But we were pursuing the fiends who lived here on suspicion of defrauding young women.
Fraud? Slowfix egalitarian utopia. This will not be abide. All the more reason to let Gentleman Uplander and Flock stay inside of Grand Stairs. No need for jingly shine either.
Who's a giant gazebo to call our own?
Oh, I'm so happy.
I'm not. I do not know what to say. Thank you, Master Slowfix. Thank you.
No need for teary-eyed tongue flaps. Gobbyflock is possessed of moral obligation to repay Gentleman Uplander for past generosity. Enjoy new gazebo, and good luck with hunt for Grand Stairs.
It's hard to read and talk that quick. For my poor little brain.
Pappy Hildy, since this is our gazebo, is it okay if I draw our family crest on it? Giggity.
I can think of no better way to celebrate this joyous occasion, and perhaps draw the ire of our new home's former tenants. Come, let us go and purchase some paints together. This gazebo shall be your canvas. Now he's gone and gotten himself a sorting gazebo. Bloody hells. If he really thinks I'm going to let him keep on playing and being a father.
But Grandmama, what is the problem? Giggity is adorable.
I don't see anybody. I think we're okay.
That's oh that's their little that's their crest. Amazing. Oh, fucking love it. Best crest. Still no sign of the notorious Grand Stairs. I dare say we're going to need more paint.
Oh, isn't that adorable? Bada bada boom, bada boom. How's everyone doing?
Even supposing I were to turn a blind eye to his shenanigans, this is no place to raise a child. That woman must have followed us there from Ishgard. She's involved in this. That much is clear. But the question is how?
How do you like my family crest? Oh, maybe I should have also painted Grandpa Godbert and Milady Julianne.
It's amazing, Giggy. You should be proud.
Giggy's so talented, just like his grandpapa.
Did she call him this time?
Oh, just like her grandpapa.
Keep misreading that. Oh, much as it pains me to admit it, a gentleman's stamina is not without limits. I dare say I could do with a spot of tea. Me too, buddy.
Hey, Inspector. Is it just me, or have those two been looking at us for the past few minutes?
Homina. Oh, it is quite normal behavior for my adoring fans, I should think. When finally presented with an opportunity to meet their idol in the flesh, all too many succumb to the fear and flee. Or maybe, just maybe, they're the Grand Bloody Says. Come on, they're getting away. Ooh, what they got to? Ooh, right here. Alright. Alright. Oh wait, I can mount it, can't I? Just got flying. I remember. It's all good.
Oh, hello. Jiggly shiny. Jiggly shiny coin. Giggity. Where could those two have got to?
Where's our little buddy? Where's Giggity?
Fury, take me. I haven't run like that since Shadowbear chased me up and down the steps of faith, brandishing a flaming... Wait, where is Giggy?
That's what I said.
Spare the flaming rod to spoil the milksop.
Right.
Hearken to me, you dastardly rascallions. You have nowhere to run. Reveal yourselves at once. I shall not ask you again. Come forth, grandsires. Name yourselves and answer for your misdeeds.
Come on, get out of here. Those are some interesting face textures. That's it.
Slayer of 1,000 worms, the silver spear which hath pierced the very heavens, O land.
Oh wait, is this Jesse and James?
Master of magics, ancient and awesome, the divine hand which hath defeated all maladies save senses and inconscience. Goonsback.
Giggity. That's right.
Grand Sirs Excelsior. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Mayhap both.
Grandsires, grandsires. You stand accused of willfully and unlawfully convincing young maidens of Ishgard to attend private parties under false pretenses, thereby inflicting upon them terrible financial and emotional distress. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, am come on behalf of these poor, defenseless women, innocents, and to see that no others are made to suffer as they did. Now lay down your arms and surrender yourselves into my custody. Oh, the audacity of this boy. You should feel ashamed of your words and deeds. Jesse.
Oh, so pretty.
You will ruin the day and ruin it hard.
Crikey. Well, that's...
Right. We're blasting off again. God, how I've missed this. The air streaming past, the blood pumping, the taste of copper on my lips, the slight dizziness. It was on a day like this when we met, wasn't it? And then we soared into the azure skies. We never truly came down.
Oh. Oh. What's the matter? Oh. Is that the old lady we keep running into?
Do mine eyes deceive? Pig's knee of my heart, descended from Halloween's halls to guide me to her bosom. My beloved, my everything, long have I waited for this moment. Take me in your arms once more and lift me higher, higher, higher.
The fuck is happening?
Higher, higher, higher.
Fuck's sake. Alright.
Orland, Orland, Orland. We were meant to blast off together.
Fuck's sake. Why? Fucking hell.
Alas, poor Orland. I knew him not in the slightest, but he seemed a decent man. Chicanery and attempted murder notwithstanding.
I don't know that we agree.
You wrote this day and wrote hard.
So this is what actually happened. Oh, he's not going to fall directly on it, is he?
That would have hurt.
There it is. Why? Why?
Wait, I've seen this before. All too recently. Yes. Anyway, he's only mostly dead. The Master of Magic's ancient and awesome. He had acts with all haste. The man may yet be saved. Oh, Jesse. Come on, James. It's the only way. Oh, you are referring to me. I see, I see. With all haste, was it? Yes, yes. I'll get right on that. Oh, mournful voice of creation, send unto me a creature of the abyss, my thrall to command that I may smite. No, wait, that's no good. Let me see. Something around less controversial tradition, yes? Something with more pep. A vortex of biting winds to rend the flesh. And smite my foes. Oh, shit. I didn't quite seem to do it. Foes. I thought you were friends. I can revive. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm a mage of redness. Oh. Oh. Said Rene bugger me and bleeding Gale Bog. My back. My back. Ah. It would seem I've underestimated you lot. That makes two of us. Enough. Leave them be. Or do you not care what becomes of the mammoth? This Meowth. Oh, it's her. So she's the Meowth. Alright. Gigi! But when? How? Shit, how did she talk? Oh, he was a good one. Well, it sounded like a good one. I thought I recognized you. First in Ishgard, then in Hildibrand. You've been following us since we left the capital. Better of faces and fearsome, the midnight shadow which hath deceived kings and queens. Meowth, that's right. You can't possibly have been so naive to think we would not see through your ridiculous disguises. It is you, Meowth, I knew it. And yet here you are, so effortlessly, easily lured into our trap, for which we are most grateful. And my companions hardly could laugh on the road. All has been in preparation for this moment. The parties, the petty schemes. From the first, the objective of this grand design has been this singular mammoth. I swear to you, if you harm Giggity in any way, we've no desire to hurt the boy. We require his help to reclaim that which is rightfully ours. Our youth. Meowth. That's right. Oh, I like it explosive. Oh, isn't it pretty? Oh, it's just a smoke. Confound it. I can't see. No, not Giggity. Damn. They're very slowly getting away. The way he keeps healing him. Papa Hildy. Giggy. Stay strong, my son. I swear I shall find you. Why are we running? Chase, you fuckers. Oh god. Uno secondo. What you guys got to say about this?
Do you think they're heading for the old mill? If not, can we go anyway? I haven't had a cider in ages.
Remind me again why we didn't just, you're asking the wrong person.
Fine job he did protecting that mammoth of his.
12 strike me down for a fool. So desperate was I to seize the grand stairs that I failed to discern their true intent before it was too late. And now, poor Giggy is in their clutches. What if I never see my beloved son again?
I suppose we ought to be prepared for the worst. They could be halfway to Radzat, and by now,
I somehow doubt it. I very much doubt that, given that they were moving at a turtle's pace.
the little milksop's right. Let's get after old buggers.
Yeah, Julian knows what's up.
Huh.
That was my mentor used to call me, among other things.
All the memories.
Anyway, fucking get a move on. We are actually chasing them. Oh, thank God. Oh, they did get quite far. Somehow.
They were already stopping for a rest, huh?
We mustn't act rashly. If they realize they're being watched, they may attempt to flee again. Very slowly.
Think he's sleeping, or just resting his eyes?
I don't know.
Let me guess, wondering why I haven't gone and smacked him upside the head and put an end to his rubbish, eh? There's a time for cracking skulls and a time for letting your idiot of a son deal with troubles on his own. That's why.
So, it seems the Grand Seers have been caught once more by the very inspector that was trying to catch them. Who could have seen it coming? How ironic, also how premature. We have them, yes, but they still have Gigi. Damn it. But unless some manner of opportunity would present itself. Oh. I wonder how that works. Ask and you shall receive, I guess. We can ambush the wizened dragoon, take him hostage and demand an exchange. Inquisitor Sir, you disappoint me. A gentleman cannot condone the violent kidnapping and ransom of his elders. No, no. We shall approach this problem as paragons of honor and virtue. I will stalk and subdue the Grand Sir, and then relieve him of his armor. Huh? How is stripping an old man naked more gentlemanly than taking him hostage? Rest assured, I shall reveal all soon enough. Godspeed, Ty. Fuck's sake. Why do I keep getting myself stuck in these situations with these people? I know it's happening, but I just can't stop myself. Every time. It just happens. And it happens. And it happens, and hey, did you want to talk? You don't want to talk. Thank God. I could just run. But then there's poor Gigi. Poor Gigi. poor Gigi. My buddy. Yeah, I knew you'd. Wait, who are you? Again? There's something awfully familiar about those muscular forearms. Those strong yet tender locking fingers. I say, would you be so kind as to massage my shoulders, young man? There's this lingering ache, this tension that Jessie can't seem to soothe with her magics. Remove my breastplate. Oh, of course, how silly of me. Pray, lend me a hand with the straps. Sure thing, James. I think I got them the other way. I think I said doing whatever. Truly, young man, you're a saint. I swear it's the little things you begin to appreciate. My dear departed wife used to help me with my armor, you know. Right, I should be seated to receive your tender ministrations. Yeah, get your kicks off. Oh, God. Ah, the healing tingle. What did I add a tincture for salamander with which to treat these aches? My little pigs in it used to spread some on my chest and under my nose to help me sleep through the night. Come, do not be shy. Work those soothing things into each and every knot. Slowly. Make me forget my troubles. I think making these Jesse and James, when I can't do a Jesse and James voice, was maybe not my best choice. Harder, higher and higher. Close your eyes and dream. Good, can I just have the rest of your fucking armor? The old dragon's soft snoring suddenly stops. What am I? Are you to begin to fear you may have borne witness to some of his final moments, leaning closer to extending a hesitant finger, only to stop when short when a sudden spasm signals resumption of his laboured breathing. Just give me the armor. There you go. With the utmost care, you remove all land sabotons and breaches, leaving the sleeping old man exposed to the elements and the mercy of the nearby ravenous bears and tentacled morbals. May he rest in peace. See you later, Jesse. Why, I did it. Don't ask how, but I did it. Oh, my stalwart assistant. By your return, I gather you have taken care of the dragoon. And by take care, I mean afford him all due courtesy, as befitting a man of his years, whilst returning the equipment I require. I guess, kinda, maybe, oh, yeah, it's not a thing. That's the thing. Capital. Then without further ado, I shall disguise myself as Orland and free Giga from captivity. But you two look nothing alike. They may be old and slow, but they're not blind. I'm not so sure. Oh, ye of little faith. You are in for a treat, for you shall have a front row seat to this magnificent display of Mandavillian guile and subterfuge. I can't wait. Last time this happened, it was amazing. Hey, is it time for dinner yet?
We just ate, you daft bugger. Ugh. And where in the hells is Jessie? I know she's got to piss every hour, but damn it, he at least could at least be quick about it. Meowth, that's right. Fuck's sake. Father, Father, save me, Father. Papa Hildy.
Oh god. Greetings, fellow adventurulians. I have returned. Look at my pose. Well, it's better than ever, don't you think? Oh, bollocks.
It's about time.
Oh dear. Okay, no, that's bollocks. Great.
Pack things up. I want us to be back on road in 10 minutes.
Before we do that, we must first release this young Giggy here. It's his behavior unbecoming a gentleman to keep children in cages.
What are the 7 elves are you blathering about? He's going to get away.
No, he will not, see? Still here, within my care. Right then, on a completely unrelated note, I shall now take the boy with me on a brief sojourn into the wilderness. Sorry. Fury, take me is working. He's about to walk out there with Giggy, and they won't even try and stop him. So far, so good. Oh. Well, I'm cold and there are mortals after me. Dun dun dun. I'm me, but you're also me. But that can't be. Unless... This is it. This is the moment when my life flashes before my eyes. Oh, my dearest Pigson. Would be to give it a last. For fuck's sake.
Imposter! How dare you attempt to treat me with the ruse so hackneyed it would be a mistral blush.
Ye gods, I never realized dying would hurt so much. Go, just go. Now's our chance, Giggity. Come with me.
Vivi, wait.
Vivi? My son, what has gotten into you?
Vivi,
Where have I heard that name before? Giggity.
Remember who you are, Vivi. What you are. A creation of the great Charlian Archmagus, Quan.
Gwan, I was given life by Giggity. Grandpa Gwan. I remember now. We lived together, and he taught me many things about the outside world. Giggity.
No, Giggy. Stay with us. Don't go with me out.
What exactly do you remember, my son? Everything. Yes, everything. I remember that Grandpapa Quan created me, that he took care of me, raised me, and that we were very happy. Giggity. But then he abandoned me. Grandpapa Quan abandoned me. Giggity.
He believed you were flawed, Vivi. That you lacked the power to turn back the hands of time and make him young again. And so in his ignorance, he cast you out and died all alone.
Giggity. To turn back the hands of time? Then we have witnessed in the Corsia, with the Duke's priceless vows, that power could be brought to bear on people. But wait, how do you know all of this? You can't be possibly been associates with this Archmagus Quan.
We found his journals during one of our many trips to the Great Library, scavenging for valuable relics in one of the few ways we have left to make a living. We were famed heroes of the war in our prime, with fortunes to match, but no soldier has the strength to triumph over time. And before we knew it, the hour of our sheath was upon us. Ishgard no longer had a need for our services, so we came here, eke out our living, to keep doing what we do best, until our bodies wouldn't let us. Imagine our surprise when we stumbled upon the opportunity of a lifetime, a second lifetime as it were. A moment with power to take that which was broken and restore it to its prime state, to turn back time with its temporal magics and give us back our misspent youth. Meowth, that's right.
For head's sake, me. This is also... I don't even know if there's a precedent to determine whether or not this constitutes as heresy.
We know where to look even. With the journals we determined that the mammoth was somewhere in the Western Islands. A chance for a second chance was within reach, and then we were forced to watch as you imbeciles pulled Vivi from the snow, nearly ruining everything. Vivi, listen to me. Come with us, and we can help you unlock your true potential. Meowth, that's right. Just think what you could accomplish were you to master your magics. Not only could you make us young again, but you may even have the power to restore life to Archmagus Quan.
Vivi. Impossible. No magic can truly return the dead to us. At best you can animate a corpse. And I need not review the precepts to declare that the products of necromancy and abominations in the eyes of the Fury. Alright. No, Giggy. Giggy, wait! What of our adventures? What of our gazebo? You are a wonderful mammoth.
Oh, you have always been so kind to me, Papa Hildy.
Oh shit, no. Stupid hands.
I love you.
Is what I'm gonna assume it's up. What are you doing? They're getting away. We have to stop them. Mayhap we must respect Giggy's decision. Hildy? So that's the end of that chapter, eh? You're giving up and coming back home? I too made a decision long ago to become a traveling inspector. And have I ever stood by it? Mayhap it is from this singular stubbornness of mine that Giggy took inspiration. Nay, I cannot abide it. It is my flesh and blood, my son. I dare not let him use his temporal magics to pervert the natural order. I had forced me, his father, to ensure that Gigi keeps to the righteous path, and only utilizes traditional methods of zombification to raise the dead. Aye, that sounds about right, Inspector. Inquisitor Sir, I must applaud your dedication to your work, and cannot thank you enough for all you have done on our behalf. Yet I fear we cannot continue as we are. Gigi may be driven to rash action. Therefore, I would ask that you suspend your pursuit of Grand Sirs for a time, that I might be afforded the opportunity to convince my son to return peacefully. Well, seeing as how we can only progress at the full extent of Gigi's power, it well might prove dangerous to act aggressively should he choose to use them. I knew you would understand. Right then, there is no time to waste. Nashu, let us retire to our gazebo and discuss our plans. I suppose it had been a shame that he'd given up that easily, though that means I'll have to stick around even longer. On the other hand, if that bloody mammoth's really got the power to make them young again, then haha. You don't look so old, lady. You look pretty damn young. She plans on giving it to her husband, huh? Yeah. I said I'd suspend my pursuit, and I will. That doesn't mean I won't continue my investigation into the mammoth and its powers in Ishgard. Ah, I see. You saw fit to return to the capital as well. The Inquisition has a rather large collection of heretical tomes, including many of Shalian origin. I had a mind to scour them for information of temporal magics. This is, of course, all for the sake of confirming a mammoth's heretical origins. Yes, only that. Why are you looking at me like that? As if to imply my interest in these matters is more than a professional one. I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about, or what you're not talking about. Thank you, Tai. That will be all. Duh. Told you your heart had grown twice as big. You son of a bitch. Ba ba da boom. Oh, geeky.
Boo! See you, Inspector. Ooh.
Ow. Alright, take a break. Get a cup of tea and some stuff. Have a wonderful time. Be back soonish. Hello to the men of all men. So, I have my spot of tea. And what do I spot right here? just gonna frolic for a little bit. Raha, you wanna frolic with me? No? Alright. Whatever. I understand. Don't have tall buildings for you to jump from. Wait, no, we're covered in tall buildings. This should be the spot for you, buddy. Da da dum dum dum. Oh, he's had enough. I'm sorry. Alright, see ya. You go for me. Oh, Team Rocket. Alright, again. We need to speak, Ty. I've been scouring the archives for any information regarding temporal magic since we last spoke, and the results have been rather troubling to say the least. As you may or may not be aware, ancient Alag is portrayed in the Enchiridion as a cautionary tale, a great empire brought low by its vanity and hubris. However, there are certain apocryphal texts in which the Alagans are cast in a more, shall we say, sympathetic light, if not outright exalted. It was in these texts that I found references to temporal magics, once wielded by Alagan mages. Said magics could be used to halt or even reverse the temporal state of a given object. If these accounts are to be believed, and if Gigi's abilities and his magics are one and the same, then it may be possible for him to turn back the hands of time at the Grand Stairs, much as he restored the Duke's priceless vase. That being said, there is no telling how this will work with regards to a living being. Consider, if you will, that the vase was filled with water when shattered. Even if the vessel were restored, would that become what would become its former contents? Would it be filled with water as before, the very same, every drop returned? Or would it be different water? Would the water, once split, be forever lost? I speak of the soul, my friend. For even if one could use these magics to restore the dead to life, would they be as they were before? With all the same thoughts and memories and feelings? The Grand Sirs are convinced that they can regain their lost youth, and mayhap they can. But the dead who have entered these halls cannot return. They cannot. Yet Gigi is nevertheless resolved to try and resurrect Archmagus Quan. Speaking of which, according to some Shalian texts in the archives, Archmagus Quan was an accomplished scholar known for his study of ancient Alagan magics, further evidence that Gigi's abilities are likely derived from ancient traditions, I suppose. But more importantly, I learned the location of the Archmagus as former residence. Mayhap we could find something of interest there. Something which could help us persuade Gigi to change his course. I had in mind to summon Inspector Hildibrand and make the journey there together. Would you be willing to join us? You know it. Excellent. Then let us be about our business. I saw you, heretic. Who's this? Who are you? I beg your pardon. Are you accusing me of being a heretic?
Yes, you, Inquisitor Sire. I saw you sneak into the archives and seek out forbidden tomes. I saw the mad light in your eyes as you partook of their forbidden knowledge.
Oh, for the love of...
I did all that for my investigation, you plonker. You admit your crimes that you did secretly, without permission, in blatant contravention of our rules. Read forbidden tomes. Then by virtue of the authority vested in me by the supreme sacred tribunal of holy inquisitory doctrine. I need a break. I gotta breathe. You stupid, ignorant. Are you also desperate to keep your goddamn jobs as you'll go around accusing all the world of Wyther and his wife of heresy? Is that what we've been reduced to? I'm sick and tired of these heretics in every bloody shadow, of trying to guess the secret sins of everyone I meet. It's stupid and pointless, and we're better than that, damn it. We're better than that.
Hey, growth. Nice, Sia. Proud of you.
If you will not surrender yourself, then I will have no choice but to inform my superiors.
Jack. You alright, buddy? Oh, buddy. Well, that all came tumbling down. Ouch, didn't it? Suppose there's no point in trying to convince myself that I have no personal investment in this matter. Or that I still have a professional one, even. Somewhere along the way I stopped looking for the guilty and started looking for the truth, perhaps. And a way to help those in need. Aw, buddy. But there's no place for people like that in the Inquisition, is there? And it's only a matter of time before that stuttering fool comes back with an armed guard. Let us depart for Hildibrand at once. We need to find the inspector. Alright, buddy. West Acceptor. Oh. You accepted a quest, you did. Proud of you. Are we gonna see their, house? The crest is gonna be there, and it's gonna be very sad. Gazebo, that was the word I was looking for. The gazebo.
Oh no, when I think about it, just makes me so sad that I went in the wrong direction. It's not because I'm stupid, I'm so sad.
Here we go.
I'm definitely sad, not stupid. No. Oh, it's still there. It's still there. Oh, my boy.
God damn it, Hilda. I raised you to have better sense than this. Did you though? Are you looking for the inspector? He went off on his lonesome. It would seem that we've arrived too late. Inspector Hildibrand has already gone off on his own to confront the Grand Sirs. They came back briefly to trade in jingly shine for supplies and whatnot, you see. And the gubbies caught them trading tongue flaps about killing dragons in the Four Lands. When the inspector learned about it later, he said he had to go after them right away and backdate Giggy. He said he had a duty, not as an inspector, but as a father. You've been spending too much time around the goblins, lady. Bugger that. He's got no obligations to a bloody marmot, especially one that just leave on his own free will, as I recall. I swear I turned my back on the boy for one bleeding second and he loses his goddamn mind. I'm afraid he might try to do something reckless. Don't you think that we should try and find him and offer a helping hand? Do you also do something reckless? I'm rather more concerned about what will happen if the Grand Sirs attack, or worse, kill any of Hraesvelga's brood. But first things first, I suppose. Ty,
would you be so kind as to assist Mistress Nashu and Julian in their search for the inspector? I will pay a visit to Archmagus Quan's abandoned abode in the meantime. Oh, and before you think to refuse, know that you need not fear for my safety. Let us just say that our singular experiences together have inured me to the harsh realities of, well, reality. Good luck, buddy. Could it be the scrawny little shite's finally found his spine? Let's start by heading to Tail Feather. I reckon the inspector probably went there to first ask after the grand service. So if we do the same, we're sure to catch up with him eventually. A plan, that sounds like. Gucci. Alright. To Tail Feather. Ooh, yeah, buggers. Coming for you, Team Rocket. Coming for you so hard. You don't even know. You don't even know that I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you that hard. But you won't know until I got you. You'll be like, oh no. He got me. Oh no. How could such a thing happen without me knowing? Hilda practically grew up in a saddle. Gave them his firm thighs and buttocks at death. Alright. Alright, Julian. Dun dun dun, da da da. Now shoot. Right then, I say we split up and make inquiries separately. If you learn anything about the inspector of the Grand Sears or Geeky, come and tell me. I'm definitely going to do work, yes. Yes, just don't look for me, okay? It'll go slower that way if you do. Yes. Alright. Alright. Hello there, Chocobo sir. Yes. I don't mind if I do. A Chocobo for me, a Chocobo for you. This inside, no. Okay, cool. Cool. The Ishgardians with the Mehmet, they were here on, proclaiming to all this sundry that they were going to slay the greatest dragon of them all. The gods only knows if no fools were serious. Fucking hope not. The effort I put into fucking fixing all this, I'd be very unhappy. Alright, hello. 3 dragon slayers and a mammoth here. I'd call you a mummer if I hadn't seen them coming through earlier boasting about how they're off to kill the biggest one yet. Who's the biggest one yet? Wraithfelger? Can't imagine there's one bigger than him. Hello, you little cutie patootie. Oh, those daft sods. They were for Annex Trine. Not quite sure what their intentions were, but they were awfully confident, that much I recall. Well, it doesn't bode well, does it? I don't quite bode well. Hey look, it's Amy from Sonic. Ba 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 da. Go 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 so sweet. That's the one. I was trying to think of the song. Go 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 so sweet. Oh, bugger. Don't worry, I got information. It's all good. They're an Annex Trine. Well, that's not good, but that's where they are, so we know, which is good. Oh, I see. So the Grand Sears were headed for Annex Trine. And my dear boy wasn't far behind them either.
What are we waiting for? Let's go, let's go.
Go, so sweet. Alex 21 here. Yeah, you are. Actually, where it wants me to go? We'll find out when we get there. Go, so sweet. It's not exactly here, man. But close by, I reckon. I reckon it'll be close, you know. Without me going too far. Yeah, straight here. I met right cold. I did. Alright, folks. You know what? It's refreshing to see this site, and no, it's probably not Hildy for once. No. Did Hildy do this? Usually he ends up on the receiving end. Yeah.
Oh, I found one of the grand stairs.
Son of a bitch. The poor unfortunate soul who bears a striking resemblance to Jesse is quite firmly embedded in the earth.
Would you look at that? Inspector sure gave him what for.
I bet it's him fucking dressed up. That may be, but where'd the other two get to? Not to mention the mammoth.
Why don't we pull him out and ask?
Though having said that, it looks easier said than done.
Oh, how silly of me. I'm sure you got more than enough strength to yank him free, right, Ty?
How do I get to do it now?
Lucky me.
All my Christmases have come at once, they have. Yep. Fuck's sake.
Well, I'll be. He's wearing some sort of magic mask that makes him look like just like the inspector. Just like that man of 1,000 faces back in Ulda.
Oh, Nashu. Oh, sweet, sweet Nashu. No, that's Hildibrand, alright. There's no fooling a mother's eyes. I say, won't trouble... I say... What trouble has my beloved son gotten himself into this time? It's a man-to-man-of-all man.
Why, hello there, Lord Godbert. And expect to see ya. How'd you two end up travelling together?
Blind fortune, you might say. I was too far from Tail Feather when night began to fall, but fortunately Lord Godbert chanced to find me wandering in the wilderness. Lord Edmond told me all about this recent trouble with the Grand Seers, as well as Hilda's investigation, and a father cannot help but take an interest in his son's affairs, can he? As for me, I was eager to share with you my latest findings, namely Archmagus Quan's research notes. I haven't slept like that since I was buried in the Ishgard. Here we go. Well, I must confess no small measure of embarrassment to be found in such a state, having been so unceremoniously disposed of by the Grand Seers. But ignominy notwithstanding, I am most grateful for their succor, and pleasantly surprised to be reunited with you all. This wouldn't have happened had you waited for us instead of... Wait, why in the hell are you still wearing that rubbish? An imperative disguise is essential when consorting with the criminal elements. Alas, 'twould seem the Grand Seers have grown more perceptive in their newfound youth. Oh, did it work? Wait, do you mean they've already regained their youth? What about Gigi? Did you see him? Was he behaving strangely? Now that you mention it, his warm, soulful eyes were rather more pointy than I remember. What? By the fury, not pointy, according to Archmagus Quan's notes. That's a sign Gigi's using too much magic. If he carries on like this, his ether will be expanded, and he'll end up not more than an empty husk. This is terrible news. We must catch up to the Grand Stairs at once. Do you know where they were headed? All I heard was that they were last keen to slay dragons. They were bound for the Churning Mists, a place called Zenith, to kill a great worm named Nidhogg. I think they're a bit late on that one. Yeah, I already did that. I beat him to it. Really? That all happened, huh? Mm-hmm. I meant the other one. Heavensward. Well, that's less good. Heavensward is great, though. The fuck are they doing? Heavensward? Fury, take me. What could they possibly hope to achieve? Bloody bastards. It's beyond rude, that is. Beyond fucking rude, unconscionable. After finally achieving peace after 1,000 years of war, they want to kill Heavensward. That doesn't make any sense. At least we found the inspector, right? Maybe they want to make him young again. Watching Hilda learn and grow as a father reminds me of my own trials and tribulations. He looks well enough, but I wonder... Oh, lordy. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, do hereby ask you all to aid me in rescuing my son and putting a stop to the Grand Stairs machinations. You know, there's really no need for all that. We came because we wanted to help. I, Nashu, faithful assistant, maker of explosives extraordinaire, do hereby present to you this fresh change of clothing. Capital. I knew I could count on you, Nashu. I shall change en route. Come, my friends, to Zenith and to Gigiti. If I could turn back time, if I could find a way, I'd bring you back, Gigi, and never let you run away. If I could reach the stars, give them all to Gigi. Its disguises may be amazing, but nothing beats the classic Inspector look. Agreed. Huh. To think that I stand here in the heart of Dravanian territory. Me. You know, long ago I was scouring the streets of heretics. Spending too much time at this high altitude can't be good for my skin, huh? Right. But I say, what a brilliant craftsmanship. How did they manage? They worked together. That's the whole moral of the story, buddy. Make ready, my friends. The final battle with the Grand Stairs is at hand. And I'm out of sorts. Ugh. 'Twould seem my wounds were more than merely a flesh wound. I fear I am in no condition to confront our foes. There is but one thing that could restore me to my former, indomitable self. Don't you worry. I've got some salamander oil right here. Shall Mummy give her baby boy a massage? Oh, my dearest Mummy. Mother dearest, I would not impose upon you, not when my ever loyal associate Dies stands ready to minister my muscles. I fucking hate you. I hate you so fucking much. Why me? Mr. Hildibrand, why? Mr. Godboy, sir, please tell your son no. Not you? Oh, I think you'll like it, Ty. But why? Don't tell me you're embarrassed. Let Mummy take care of little Hildy's hurts. See, she wants to. My dear wife, I know you mean well, but let Ty handle it. There is a bond which transcends time and space and personal boundary. Fucking hell, Godboy, you're supposed to be on my side. The fuck? If that is the way of it, I'm counting on you, Ty. Thanks. Let us brook no further delay. Come, my friend, coat my body in oil as you have done many a time before. It was one time, guys. It was one time, I swear. Just the once. Why do you hesitate? Have we not done this time and time again? Oil me up, man. I hate you so much. I fucking hate you. Oh, okay, that wasn't so bad. Oh, how it soothes my aches and pains quickly now. Knead it into my flesh, knead as you have never kneaded before. Oh, here we go. Fucking hell. Oh, such furious kneading. I applaud your enthusiasm, but mayhap I urge you to excessive force. Nay, you are in the right. Already the gentle warmth begins to spread throughout my body. The fires of righteousness burn anew in my breast. Hold, my son, though your passion is renewed, you may yet be spurred to greater feats of mental valiant stress. Derived from the purest essence of salamanders, the ancient legacy of House Mandible, Salamandible, to you, my beloved son, now become a proud father, I bequeath this most sacred of oils. Salamandible? Could it be that the legends were true? Your muscles shall shine with the brilliance of 1,000 suns. No mortal man will have the power to do you harm. Verily it is so, for by the grace did I once weather the slings and arrows of the bandit horde, and bring my hammer of justice to bear upon their wicked heads. The time has come, Ty. Take this oil and help Hildy become the mandible man he was meant to be. The fuck is wrong with you? Why's it always gotta be me? Fucking Nashri's there. See ya. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. I am ready for my final oiling time. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. Fucking god damn it. God fucking damn it. Fucking salamander fucking oil. Oh, the salamander. You don't have to enjoy it so much. Salamander, well, how it flows into every nook and cranny. Quickly now. Lay your hands upon me and massage me with all your might, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Oh, yes, that's the spirit. I can feel it building and rising. Oh, good fucking god. What are you talking about? What is building? Oh, god, I'm done. We through, man. We through. I'm done. I'm just gonna throw myself at the fucking edge. Done with this shit. God, fucking invisible fucking walls. Raha. I'm sorry you had to see all that. I should have just been a fucking blue mage. This would be over now. I need a break. I need a minute to just, compose myself. These fucking mandible people. I swear to God. I swear to Hallowney. Fucking Hallowney. Fucking Hallowney. What do you think about that, Hallowney? Son of a bitch. Alright, fine. Okay. We're all good. We're all Gucci. I'm sure no more will come of this. Yeah? Oh, for fuck's sake. Fucking god fucking damn it. Oh, such passion, such fever. I am the inferno unbound, the tempest unleashed, but I have not yet begun to pose. God fucking fuck it, fuckity fuck fuck. I am a mandevil man. That sandal, salamander villis, my word, I've never felt so alive. Such vibrant colors, such intense sounds, such vagrant smells. Mother, father, Ty, 'twas your oils and your strong yet tender fingers which opened my eyes to the glory of creation. I'm a gentleman inspector reborn. Onward to Zenith. No matter the laws of nature they pervert or the limits they break, the Grand Sirs can do naught to stop me. Oh God, is it over? Oh, it's over. Lordy, lordy. Ever make me touch the oil again, sir? Swear. I didn't nod. You saw no nod. No nod happening there. I'm too angry to nod. And Mama and Papa are not coming. God, we're so badass. You know what? I'm already over the oil. We're too badass. Too badass to remember oil. Alright, you bastards. You ready? I'm ready. Oh, you're gonna make you blast off again, you sons of bitches. Dun 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 dun. Jesse. James. Team Rocket is blasting off again.
Meow. That's right.
Da da dun. Buddy! Giggy, no! Giggity! Grand Sirs, I have come for my son. Oh, must we do this now? We have a dragon to slay. There is no need for any of this. The war is over. But not for long. The worm's death will give rise to a new era of fire and blood. And we, having consumed his eyes, will use our new powers to win untold glory on the battlefield. Our legends will echo into eternity. You would doom countless innocents for glory. No, I won't allow it. Over my dead body. Far be it for us to deny you, then. This is the end for you. Jesse, the ultimate end. James. Team Rocket blast off at the sound of something. Come on, LD, you got this. I didn't pour all that oil on you for nothing. Oh, Jesus. Is he summoning the warriors? Oh, I was gonna say. Come on, LD, fight back. I know it's not very gentlemanly, but you know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. I can't believe they're playing this music in the background of this. Holy shit! I'm a man's a mandible man. Your strikes do nothing, for I have oil. Giggy, buddy, come on. No, Giggy. Come back to us. Oh, for fuck's sake. All my hard work for naught. Your faith, my love. He is our son. Come on, Hildy. Use your royal powers. Gigi, my beautiful boy. Pray do not look at me with such pointy eyes. Let Papa Hildy take you home to our gazebo. Stop calling me that. My name is Vivi. Vivi. I remember everything. My powers, my purpose, my grandpa Quan. I made them young again, but it's not enough. I need more. I need the worm's eyes, and then I can finally bring him back. No, Gigi. I'm sorry, Gigi, but no. You cannot. Grandpapa Quan is gone. He's right, Gigi. Mayhap you could restore his corporeal form and breathe life into it. But his soul, what made him your grandpapa, is forever beyond your reach. That's not true. I can restore anything to its ideal form, to the way it should be. Even Grandpapa Quan, even you, Papa Hildy. Nobody. Please, Gigi, you have to stop. If you keep using your power, you'll die. Come on, Gigi. Oh. Huh. That's his true form, buddy. That's his true form. I know it has to realize this, but that's its true form. Oh, buddy. I don't understand. Your clothes are still dirty and tattered. Oh, Gigi. As they should be, Gigi. For my every waking moment is as the gods intended. Every day I live my life to the fullest. Every day I enjoy grand adventures. I found your grandpapa's research notes. What he gave you wasn't the power to make things the way they were. He gave you the power to change the world. To make things the way you yourself believe they should be. That's why your magics have no effect on the Inspector. Because you know, in your heart, that this battered and bruised form of his, in his own way, is right. My thoughts exactly, Inquisitor Seer. And it is for this self-same reason that you were unable to make Grandmaster Quan younger. In your heart, you knew that there was naught that needed to change. Your beloved Grandpapa was exactly as he should be. Your every day was to be treasured and worthy of celebration. Then what about the Grandstairs?
Why was I able to make them young again?
Well, you truly knew them with the stories you were told. The wondrous tales of dare-doing by the heroes in their primes of their lives. It is no wonder you were able to envision them as such.
That's all they ever talked about when they were young and free and full of fire.
At first, Archmagus Khan didn't understand the true nature of your abilities. He struggled to deduce why you could not make him younger, as he originally intended. Eventually, he realized that your fond memories of him were preventing you from conceiving of him as anything but an old, elderly creator, and that the only way to achieve his goal would be to take them from you. But you were all he had left in the world. No longer a mere mame, but a friend, family, his only family, his grandson. He couldn't bear to lose you, so he renounced his quest for immortality.
But I still lost my memories in the end.
He was afraid of leaving you all alone in the world. Afraid that others would attempt to take advantage of you and your magics. So before he died, he decided to take your memories from you after all, to protect you. But despite his best efforts, something remained. Something stronger and more powerful and more resilient than anything Archmagus Quan ever dared dream. You were never broken, Gigi. You were never abandoned. All he wanted was to set you free.
Free? Free? Free to do what?
Whatever you like, Gigi. Don't you see? That was his final gift to you. A new life. A new story all your own. Come on, buddy. Oh. This has all been very, very touching. But we're not getting any younger. Well, you aren't, at any rate. We have suffered your meddling long enough. I had intended to use this trap to kill the worm, but since you are so perfectly positioned... Bastards. Oh, buddy. Oh. Come on, buddy, you can do it.
I am Vivi, grandson of Archmagus Quan, and Gigi, son of Hildibrand.
Buddy?
Oh, there he is. Come on, buddy. Yeah, you get what you deserve. Oh dear. Come on, Gigi. And what journey he's been through too. Great character development. Man, what a sweet little way to end it. Sad but sweet. It's like it never happened. When the last of his strength turned back, the hands of time. Not just for the pillars, but for us all. He made us all as we once were, as we were meant to be. After that gallivanting around about to get bugger all, what about my misspent youth? I was not meant to be this bloody old. Such a fine day. Never have I squatted with such perfect form. I may well have reached my physical peak. Terrapin.
Yeah, what rot. Actually, you daft sod. You look foolish.
Look who's talking. You should be grateful. Gigi saw what you had become and gave you a second chance. Yeah.
It was our second chance to relive our glory days.
I had sympathy for you until you started trying to murder Racefelger.
It's all rather silly though, wasn't it? Maybe Quan had the right of it. Maybe it's not so bad growing old.
I was a coward when I was young, but now that I am old, I'm not afraid to say the things like, I love you, Doris. Dun dun dun.
You blind bloody fool gone spat.
Come on, I didn't put that oil on you for nothing. I say, am I dead again? Quite alive, Inspector, along with everyone else, thanks to Gigi.
The grandsires are also in our custody. Ah, that's my boy. Where is the little dyke anyway? Giggy embarked on a new adventure. He's no longer with us. I see. If that's what he wanted, then I could not be happier for him. I am sure Hakmega Squan would feel the same way. What do we do now, Inspector? The same thing we try to do every day, Nashu. Try to take over the world. Is it not obvious, Nashu? The wide, wide world beckons to us. With the promise of mystery and wonder, we shall resume our never-ending quest for cases perplexing and profound. And perhaps one day, we shall meet young Giggy again. I hate to admit it, but this whole mess has got me thinking that maybe it wouldn't be so bad if I really did have a grandson. There you go. A bit late now, like, but there you go. You did right by Giggy, Hildy. Your father and I can see that. We're proud of the man you've become. Don't put words in my mouth, lady. I'm proud of you too, Mother, for finally coming to terms with the ephemeral nature of the physical beauty and allowing yourself to age gracefully. You fucking idiot, you don't say that. Oh, she's gonna kick your ass. Yeah.
Gracefully, was it?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I fear we may have had a failure to communicate. Get your ass off to the Far East. Oh, wow. It would seem I'm the one who's blasting off again. There he goes again. Wait for me, Inspector. Wait. Ugh, what is this curious light I spy in the far eastern skies? And this oh so familiar scent which fills my nostrils. Do I smell a case? Were it not for me, my friends, for wherever the wronged want for succor, I, Hildibrand, shall be there, till we meet again. So long, buddy. He was never heard from again. I say, do you know that so long as the core remains intact, little Giggy is not actually dead? That's right. So dry your tears, boy. There's no need for all this moping about. He has fallen into a dormant state because he used up all his ether. His core will gradually recharge as it draws upon the ambient ether, and in time, he will awaken from his torpor. I shall tend to the child for now. Yeah, we smiling. As for these three, I should be glad to take them back to Ishgard in your stead. A most generous offer, my lord, but hardly necessary. After all, 'tis my duty to bring them to justice. Oh, yes, it was my duty. And after everything I said to that young Inquisitor, I can't go back to Ishgard. They'll toss me in a jowl and throw away the key if they didn't kill me outright. So go to Hildyshire and live in Hilda's gazebo. Someone ought to look after it while he's away now. That doesn't sound all that bad, actually. Full glad am I to accept your offer. All's well that ends well. I suppose there's nothing for it but to wait until he comes back down. It was a most graceful strike, my love. You haven't lost your touch. I suppose there's nothing for it but to leave the grand sirs to Lord Godbert, and for me to see the Inspector Hildibrand's gazebo. I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. If you find yourself in Hildyshire, come and see me. There are a few arrangements that I need to make, but I can't imagine it will take that long for me to settle in. Thank you, my friend. Until we meet again. Bye, buddy. Oh. I'm already coming to see you, it would seem. Bum ba ba dum bum 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 ba dum. Looking back on the course I've run, it's hard not to think about the man I was and feel ashamed. Before I took on this case, I had only left the capital a handful of times. The rubbish I believed, the facts I considered to be unassailable. Fury take me. What a fool I was. If I hadn't met you, and the Inspector, and Gigi, I would never have realized how much I had come to hate my job. Nor would I have discovered how much more satisfying it is to seek out the truth. The whole truth. One might say that getting labelled a heretic and having to flee Ishgard is the best thing that could have happened to me. After all, now I'm free to start a new life here in Hildyshire as a consulting inspector. Oh, that's a perfect job for you, buddy. Oh. Ah, but enough of that. There is someone I would like you to meet. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Lord Godbert made some modifications, as you can see. His smaller size should allow him to absorb more reefer effectively over time. We thought that if he were to travel with you and share in your grand adventures, that maybe it would hasten his reawakening. He is more than welcome to come. More than welcome. Thank you, my friend. I do hope our paths cross again someday. May the Fury bless and keep you. You too, buddy. Oh. Ooh. Can't say. So cute. Oh, credits. Alright. Hildibrand Mandeville. Oh, Mandeville, man. Oh, he's dressed up like him and all. Oh, that's cute. He finally has a fanboy of his own. You leave that there. Alright, buddy? Oh. Oh, the undead guy too. Ah, there those fuckers are. Hildibrand will return. Alright. Man, I enjoyed the hell out of that. I think I enjoyed that than the first round. It was shorter. But I think that's probably for the best. I think the other one went on a bit long. It was, I mean, look at this. It was fucking adorable. It's so adorable. I was not expecting it to be quite so adorable. But it was, and it was really sweet at the end. Like, the final confrontation was super sweet. I'll be honest, I was glad there was no trials. Like, kind of queuing up kind of took a while last time. It was hilarious. It was just as funny as last time, but like it was all packed up into a smaller little runtime. Speaking of adorable, come here, you. Where are you? Oh, I got multiple things. I got a duckling. And I got a puff of darkness. Yeah, very nice. But what we really want... Where are you, buddy? There you are. Come here. Look at this adorable little shit. You know this shit, are you?
Oh, I don't know. Papa Hildy.
Ah, look at him. He's perfect. He's perfect in like every conceivable way. That's just perfect. And hi, how you doing, buddy? You're perfect. Yeah, I really enjoyed this one. I really enjoyed the last one, but this one was better, I think. Man, sad it's over. I'll be honest. Well, we've got a Stormblood one today. I don't think there's a Shadowbringers one. I don't know if they're gonna do one like last minute in the final patch or whatever. Which is a shame. Wouldn't mind running around fucking Nordrent with them, even if it made 0 sense. But yeah, I'm looking forward to doing the next one. That'll be fun. I didn't expect to do this in one go, but I'm here for it. Oh, god damn it.
Look at you. Look at him. Yeah, this was fun. It's adorable. It's funny. It's great. It's sweet. There's a little goblin outside the house.
Psh, Chuck, still about.
No. There's a big dude here. Hi, you're big.
This place ain't nothing like old town, so that place might be more established, but Aldershire's a nice place to live.
You got nothing to do with what I was talking about. You got stuff here. I mean, I've been there before. Many a time. So, well, not that many times. But still, I have been here before. It's something. I had fun. It was fun. I might come back on later for something else. My original plan was to do one of these a week. So I shouldn't be doing the next one until next week. I don't know though, I really enjoyed myself. So we'll see. It's probably been the most fun I've had so far. It was just fun. It was so fun and feely and yeah, so alright, so long. Oh guys, I had to do this. So long. Farewell. Auf Wiedersehen and oh. I do. To you and you and you.